Bagram and subsequently Kabul are invaded. The Taliban government flees Kabul and Afghan capital. We would like to note at this time that under Article 3C of Resolution 3314, is an act of aggression. The UK specifically targeting an airfield is aggression. There is a pattern of the British military targeting this type of facility. Civilian loss of life is 2,375. In December of the same year, the United Nations establishes the International Security Assistance Force, ISAF. ISAF is responsible for coordinating international military operations in Afghanistan. In January 2002, the first contingent of ISAF peacekeepers arrive in the country. The United Kingdom takes on the first 6-month rotation commanding the ISAF force. By April 2002, there are 1,700 British troops in Afghanistan. August 2003, NATO takes the lead on military operations. Afghanistan becomes a priority for all NATO member and partner nations, and 130,000 troops from 50 NATO and partner nations are deployed in the country. In January 2004, the UK sees its first combat casualty when a British soldier is killed in a suspected suicide attack. November of the same year sees Hamid Karzai elected as the first president of Afghanistan since the fall of the Taliban. Karzai will often be likened to Shah Shuja, the Brits' first Afghan puppet ruler. Civilian loss of life is 3,455. The second largest town in Helmand province is Maiwand, where during the Second Anglo-Afghan War in 1880, the Afghans defeated a full British brigade. While Britain has chosen to forget about this history, many Afghans still remember this, and the area is the heartland of pride and patriotism. Therefore, Britain's decision to capture this area could be linked to its colonial past and viewed as them getting revenge. The codename under which all British operations in the war in Afghanistan were conducted from 2002 and 2014 is Operation Herrick. Under Operation Herrick, British forces start to move into Helmand province, where the British Army base Camp Bastion is built in 2006. In trial session 3 of this People's Tribunal, an anonymous British ambassador said,
team that went down to Helmand in 2006 to look at the situation there, and they said that in their view it would take at least 10 years to stabilise Helmand and put in place the systems they wanted. But the reality was that Tony Blair wanted it done in 3 years. It had to be done in 3 years, more or less regardless of the facts on the ground.
These facts have also been revealed by a declassified copy of the Helmand Plan, Britain's plan to reconstruct Helmand, which was not appropriate to the needs of the local population. So cannot be argued that it was humanitarian intervention. It was a direct occupation on Afghanistan for primarily British benefit. These shortcomings led to more armed confrontations between British armed forces and Taliban fighters, and to a larger number of civilian and personnel deaths. The prosecution will now call Matthew Wernham to the stand, who will be playing the unnamed veteran in one of the service people who was deployed to and lost their life in Helmand, and who can tell us more about why the Helmand plan failed.
Thank you. Let it be noted that the following testimony is fictionalized. It was written by playwright Chris Thorpe and based on real events.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give as the unnamed veteran shall be truthful to the text Chris Thorpe has written.
Please take a seat. What would you like to share with the court?
This is what you want to hear. You want to hear some breathless first-person account of how I died. First, maybe you want to hear testimony about growing up in some shithole town by the sea and always wanting to get out into the world, do something big. You want me to tell you I fucked up my exams? Or that there weren't any jobs at the chemical plant after it closed? You want to hear me tell you all that in a regional accent? Well, I had a good childhood. I did all right at school, and I joined the army because I wanted to, and that's all I'm going to tell you about that. You don't get to make me into some symbol of what you think needs fixing in this country. You don't get to make assumptions about me based on my hometown or my education. You don't get to feel like you and me aren't the same, because we are. Except you're alive, listening to this, and I'm dead. I arrived in Afghanistan about 5 years into whatever you want to call it, the invasion, or the occupation, or the operation. I was there for just under 6 months. I was 28 when I got there, and I was the same age when I died there. The unit I was part of was sent to Helmand province, and we were based about halfway between Lashkar Gah and Maiwand. Maiwand's a small place where the British Army and some Indian troops had their asses kicked in the 1880s, which we were told before we got there. I'm not sure if they were telling us that to prepare us for it being difficult or to rile us up, or just as a bit of historical context, really. It wasn't something I'd been taught about, and it wasn't something any of us particularly cared about. I doubt it was psychological manipulation, and if it was, it didn't work. There's not really a lot of value in thinking about whether the current mission is related to one 130 years ago when you're actually on the mission. So we didn't do that. Leave that to the historians or the journalists trying to make some point about history repeating itself. I can honestly say none of us gave it a moment's thought as anything other than a piece of information. Probably the Afghans thought about it more than we did, but you know, it was their country. you remember battles in your own country for longer, I guess. We were there to retake the local area from the Taliban, to hold it, to provide security for the local population, and to build infrastructure. It's rural and poor, and there are flat valleys between rocky mountain ranges, and people farm there. You'll have heard that some people farm opium, and that's true, but most of them farm other things. And we were there to build things, and if we had to, kill the people who were currently making their lives difficult in order to make their lives easier. We arrived in May, and it was warm, and then it got hot, and it stayed hot pretty much until early September, which was when I died and stopped caring about the weather so much. There wasn't as many of us as there should have been to do any of those things. I'm not saying that we were hung out to dry or badly equipped necessarily, just that it was a big job across a huge area. And if you're going to fight and also build, you need a lot of people to do it, and we didn't quite have enough. But we were British, taking over from the Americans in some places, and I guess among some of our more studious decision makers, there was this feeling that we'd been there historically, and we were back, and we were going to prove that we could do the job, even if we were short-handed. We had good weapons, and good maps, and a plan that looked like it would work if we followed it, and had enough people to follow it. The plan was as much about reconstruction and economics as it was about fighting, and the intelligence behind it was that when we fought, we'd be fighting a single identifiable enemy with a single goal. There were a lot more logistics and admin people involved than combat personnel, which, considering we were there to transform local infrastructure and economy much more than fight a relatively small number of enemy, it seemed fair enough. But it wasn't fair enough, of course. And the plan was great on paper, but went to utter shit on first contact with actual reality. We were doing a lot more fighting than we'd been led to expect, against a lot more people, and in much more complex environment, in which those people weren't as nearly as identifiable as we'd been told they would be. But that's kind of always the way, isn't it? What I'm basically saying is that on some level we were making it up as we went along. But I'm not saying that that was a surprise. That was probably the least surprising thing about it. So we landed there, and we went out into the territory, and people started shooting at us. And because there were more of them than we expected, and fewer of us than there should have been, and because building local democracy and roads and health centers needs people to stop shooting at you first, we got a bit slowed down. We couldn't start helping the people we were there to help as fast as they wanted us to help them, or most of them wanted us to help them, to be fair. So instead of getting out there and forging ahead with building, or however they said it at the time, building capacity for self-sustaining local economy, we ended up in these little fortified compounds that were made from random ruins and courtyards dotted all over the place. Quite often these were in towns or villages where the people who were trying to kill us would come and cause havoc, and the ordinary people who lived there would also get shot in the course of us trying to kill them back. That would understandably piss them or their surviving friends and relatives off when it happened. And when we left the compounds to go and have a look around, or to speak to a local farmer or leader or whatever, to try and have a conversation about what we'd been told we were actually there to do, we'd spend more time fighting or trying not to get blown up than actually talking. And the combat personnel had to go out there first anyway to patrol or follow up reports or get the lie of the land, which involved more fighting, even before the fighting that we actually had to do to try and have the conversations we needed to have. And we couldn't have those conversations anyway because people were trying to kill us every time we went out to try and have them. It wasn't so much a vicious circle as a series of circles collapsing inward. From reconstruction to defense, to offense, to just one group of people going out from their bases to try and kill another group of people. And until that stopped, which it didn't appear it was going to, none of the other stuff in the plan, which was sketchy as shit anyway, was going to get done. It took about a fortnight to get to that point. And then we were just stuck there. Don't get me wrong, we were ready to do the fighting and we did it. It was just we'd expected it to go alongside something else. But there was so much fighting to do that nothing else could really happen. And in the absence of anything else, anything actually constructive happening, the fighting inevitably changes. It changes from being the thing that you might have to do to support the reason you're actually there to the reason you're actually there. That's not to say there weren't people who were glad we were there. Not everyone's an opium farmer or trying to put a bullet through you for barging into the country they want to control. There were people who were desperate for the things we were supposed to be there to provide, a few miles of decent road even. But it's hard to have conversations with them when you're inside walls most of the time and only coming out to try and kill people. And it gets harder when you call down airstrikes on what you think are the people trying to kill you, and it turns out you were wrong. And anyway, the reason I'm not talking much about the people who were glad we were there is I barely got to meet them. So what happens after the frustration of the first month or two becomes just a state of being, and the readiness to fight becomes normality? As you start, we all did, I reckon. You start to forget what you've been told you were there for, and you start to fall back on what you were told about being the honor of a fighting soldier in the first place. I'm not saying any of this is conscious. There wasn't a point where I sat down and had a good think about what to replace the sense of mission with when it became clear the mission wasn't going to happen. But it's in the air. When everything's going to shit, it's in the air. You might have been sent there to transform the outcomes for a population or whatever, but when that goes to shit, and you're just being sent out to try and find and kill people who are killing you, you fall back on the things you've been told. The big, glorious things about being part of the greatest fighting force in the history of the human race, and the small, everyday things about being there for your fellow soldiers, and the most important duty being to have their backs. To be honest, they rely on this. When it all goes to shit, as it always does, and they never seem to suspect it will, the people who make the decisions to send you there, who make the plans and think they can see the whole picture when they absolutely can't, they rely on this thinking because they know that when it does go to shit, That's the thing you're going to fall back on. You're doing something honorable. And somewhere in your mind, you've been taught you'll be rewarded for that. And ultimately, as the last line of defense, you won't let your mates down. Again, I'm not saying on the day that I died that this was consciously in my thinking. I'm not saying that when we were sent out to have a look at an area at the edge of a village that someone had been using as cover to shoot at us the previous day, I was thinking that if it all went tits up, at least I might get a medal. It'd be ridiculous to want it. But it'd be ridiculous to deny that it wasn't in some way deep down under your actions. And in the same way, nobody cared that the British Army had had the absolute shit battered out of them in the same valleys over a century before. But we all still knew it anyway. Same way they made sure we knew every time one of us had been conspicuously gallant enough to be recognized with an award. So it was there. It was there because it was all we had to fall back on. Because every other reason we had to be there had been so completely abandoned. So when you drive out in that armored vehicle to have a look at yesterday's ambush point, that thinking is somewhere there in your head. When you leave the vehicle to find some cover to try and identify where yesterday's fire was coming from, it's in your head. When you see the line of stones, barely a wall really, that you thought the shots came from, it's in your head. When you start to carefully move across the open ground, barely a field really, between you and those stones, it's in your head. When it turns out they were waiting for you to come back, maybe the same day as yesterday, maybe different ones, it's in your head. And it's in your head. When one of your mates
Take your time.
When one of your mates, about 10 meters in front and to the side of you, gets the bottom part of his leg blown off below the knee. When you realize they knew you were coming and they managed to bury something you couldn't find, and under all the chaos, when they open up from behind cover, it's still there. Still there too when you realize your mate's out there in the open and he's still alive. I guess you're hearing all the ghosts then in the valley and you're wanting to avenge them, or thinking of all the brave ones and wanting to join them. But you don't really know that. Not really. It's in your head even though you don't think it. When you run towards the guns so that the mates behind you can get to the wounded guy before they manage to hit him. It's in your head as you're 20 meters away from where they're hiding, and 10, and 5. It's in your head when they finally hit you. And maybe you see it then. I I don't know if I saw it clearly then or not. They pulled that trick so well on us. I was thinking about it without even knowing I was thinking about it. And I got what I'd never have admitted that I wanted. But I've been taught to want it anyway. I think that last bit was the bit you were after. The bit where I died. But all of it's true.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're free to go. Prosecution, you have the floor.
In July 2006, the mission in Afghanistan changes from a peacekeeping operation to a combat mission. Before the end of the year, 21 British soldiers are killed on operations in Helmand. Another 14 die when RAF Nimrod plane crashes in Kandahar province, the biggest single loss of life for a British force since the Falklands War in 1982. In May 2007, Operation Silver successfully expels Taliban fighters from the town of Sanjin. Controlling the town gives total control over major roads in Helmand. Sanjin was also one of the world centres of the opium trade. Britain volunteers to be in charge of running counter-narcotic efforts. In June 2009, the British launch Operation Panther's Claw, a major operation to provide the security for the 2009 presidential election. Britain leads the operation, which secures canal and river crossings in Helmand around Lashkar-Gah. 2009 marks the UK's deadliest year in the country, with 108 service personnel killed. Civilian loss of life is 10,909. UK forces reached their peak in 2010, with more than 10,000 troops deployed in the country and the largest joint offensive between US and UK troops. In July 2010, the UN and the Afghan government agreed to transition that sees Afghanistan lead on security, with the change in command beginning in January 2011. On the 26th of October 2014, British troops end their combat role in Afghanistan. A ceremony in December 2014 marks ISAF's formal completion of its mission in the country, concluding the 3-year transition process. Civilian loss of life is 26,271. In January 2015, the NATO-led Resolute Support Mission, RSM, is launched to train, advise and assist the Afghan security forces, a mission British troops continue to assist with. In January 2018, NATO commits to sustaining Operation Resolute Support Mission until conditions indicate a change was appropriate. Financial support is also extended to Afghan security forces until 2024. Civilian casualties surpass 100,000. In February 2020, the US and the Taliban sign a peace deal that includes a condition-based agreement for the international troops to leave Afghanistan by May 2021. By August 2021, after British forces have retreated completely, 241,000 lives have been lost in the Afghanistan-Pakistan war zone. In Helmand, the British military relied on air and artillery support, which resulted in higher civilian casualties. It led to high-intensity battles and the destruction and depopulation of town centres. There have been many instances of Afghan civilian lives lost at the hand of the British Army, who lived up to the historic image of aggressive and destructive invaders. We would now like to take a moment to remind the panel of Article 8 bis. The hundreds of thousands of lives lost and the violence used undeniably fits the character, gravity, and scale of an act of aggression. We have also provided strong evidence of the following acts. We will now hear from one of the civilians killed by British forces.
The following testimony is fictionalized and written by Charla Nix and based on true events in which a British ISAF service people shot at a civilian vehicle, resulting in the deaths of 2 children.
The prosecution would now like to call Samaran Tisi, who will be playing witness Aisha Wazil, to the stand, please.
I do solemnly and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give as Aisha Wazil shall be truthful to the text Charla Nix has written.
Please take a seat. Thank you, Aisha. You'll be asked some questions by the prosecution, but it's important to remember to speak directly into the microphone and towards the panel so that everyone can hear you. Is that okay?
Thank you. Could you tell us your name?
Aisha Wazil.
Thank you, Miss Wazil. Could you tell us how old you were on Sunday, the 16th of December, 2007?
I was 7.
And do you remember?
And a half.
And a half. And do you remember where you were on Sunday, the 16th of December, 2007?
Yes.
That's a good memory that you have, Aisha. Could you tell us where you were? Please confirm for the court where you were on Sunday, the 16th of December, 2007, Miss Wazil.
I was at home.
And where is home for you?
Musakala.
Musakala is a town in southern Afghanistan in the Helmand district, is that right?
Yeah.
Could you please tell us what you remember about that day?
I was playing football with my brother and sister. And then Baba came to tell us to stop because we had to go to the bazaar.
Could you please tell us what a bazaar is, please, Aisha?
It's the market to go buy some fruits.
Thank you. Please continue.
We like to take Baba's taxi. Suleiman, he always gets to go in the front. But Baba said I could go this time. Then we drive like 2 minutes. And then It was really loud and scary. Bang, 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 bang. The windows on the car, they smashed. And then my dad, he fell onto me. And there was a lot of blood. There was a lot of blood and loud gun sounds. Sulaiman and Hamida, they were screaming. I could hear Mom telling them to get down. And then I couldn't hear anymore. The loudest was a man. He was shouting outside the car. He sounded like the Englishman from the TV. Ta chishe kawe tayo korane wawajala tayo korane wawajala.
Let it be noted that Aisha Wazir's first language is Pashto, and in English this means, what are you doing? You killed a family, you killed a family, you killed a family. Please continue.
He just kept shouting this and he was scared.
Thank you, Aisha. We won't keep you much longer. Before we can let you go, can you confirm this is everything that you remember about that day? Remember to say it out loud so everyone can hear you.
Yes. Me and my family, we all died in my dad's taxi after the gun sounds. And the Englishman was the last memory I had.
Thank you, Aisha. You've been so very brave. There'll be no further questions.
Thank you, Aisha. You're free to go.
We request permission to present evidence from a journalist from Afghanistan who wishes to remain anonymous for their safety. This will be in the form of a report, which will be read by Kamran Vahabi, an actor.
Permission granted.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Take a seat.
On September 16, 2012, in Laghmon province, a group of women and children left their homes to get firewood to provide fuel. A US-led NATO aircraft bombed the Nur Alam Valley, killing 9 and wounding 7 others. Local authorities confirmed the death of 9 women and 7 others injured. A member of Laghmon Provincial Council, Golazol Sangawal, said the airstrike was carried out by British forces in Afghanistan. Laghmon's health officials also confirmed that 9 women and young girls have been killed and 7 others injured. Provincial Health Director Latif Khayoumi said some of the girls were aged 10. The truth is that the claims of women's rights made by foreign forces in Afghanistan are nothing but false slogans. The action also showed that foreign forces were not committed to what they had told Afghans about their mission. The recurrence of Soviet-style crimes mean that NATO does not know who it is fighting with, if it knows why it is killing Afghan civilians, women, children, and men, en masse again and again. There are many examples of foreign forces making a series of pledges after each civilian death that they will save civilians and prevent a recurrence of the same attack. But for the past 11 years, Afghans have seen these Western forces fail to live up to their promises. Their action is actually comparable with verses of the Quran, which repeatedly warns how disbelieving forces break their promises to Muslims during a conflict. This is another reason why many Afghans do not trust foreign forces and the regime they have set up, because in their actions they show the same signs mentioned in Islamic texts and teachings. On June 5th and 6th, 2012, US planes bombed a wedding party in the village of Sajawand in Logar province, killing at least 18 people, most of them women and children. General John Allen, NATO's outgoing commander of Afghanistan, met with the family members of the victims, all the survivors, in an unknown area surrounded by US troops, armed with sophisticated weapons, or at a local US military base. There, the general demonstrated military policy and apologized to the locals for killing 18 of their relatives in an airstrike, and promised that such an incident would not happen again. No judicial commitment was made, nor did the Kabul regime announce any judicial follow-up. The question rises here, is there anything about this in the constitutions for Afghans to defend themselves? What is the penalty for murder in Afghan constitution that is made with US money? Later, we soon saw the recurrence of several other incidents of civilian casualties, some at the hands of foreign forces, and some at the hands of foreign-backed local police. When the criminals of the day are present in the state and their crime is justified, no one removes them from office. For instance, take the case of Kunduz province. The Arbaki militia, known as the local police backed by NATO forces, stormed a village and knocked the doors of various homes. In response to each door, whoever came out to answer the knock had been shot and killed on the spot. Even the Kabul regime confirmed that the Kunduz crime was against civilians and that the local police had been supported by NATO forces. Earlier, a similar incident took place in Ras-Oruzgan province, where 16 civilians were killed by an Afghan local police, ALP commander named Shujai, but no one asked him why. What happened in both provinces was a horrific form of crime that required fair investigation and justice, but the victims didn't get justice. It means that no one is safe, and these crimes are part of military policy. If not, why are these criminals still carrying out their government jobs and enjoying their activities? How can an ordinary Afghan be able to convince the anti-government fighters about this regime?
Thank you very much.
You're free to go.
We would like to remind the court that killing civilians amounts to war crimes.
We would like to continue with the consequences of the invasion. The legacy of the British campaign in Afghanistan is hard to determine, as British strategy was never clear. There were improvements for women in Kabul and other significant social and economic developments since 2001. Operations to clear the town of Helmand of insurgents were mixed with efforts of the provincial reconstruction teams to develop Helmand's economic infrastructure. Schools, hospitals, roads, reservoirs and power generators aimed to help the Afghans become economically invested in stability were built. But the fighting continued. So the British began to invest heavily in the training and mentoring of the Afghan National Army and the Afghan National Police, so that they would take more responsibility for the security situation in Helmand and the country as a whole. The infrastructure that was set up was minimal due to the fact that the regiments were stationed for only 6 months on rotation. As we have heard from the anonymous British ambassador, each brigade would implement a different operation even if not needed. Some critiques argue that the medals are only won with kinetic operations, which drove armed forces conflict to intensify. Following the heavy bombing of Sanjin in 2007, which is one of the world's centers of the opium trade, Britain volunteered to lead counter-narcotic efforts in Afghanistan. These efforts have ultimately failed as the level of cultivation of opium poppies has in fact risen, and a report by the Select Committee identified that while under the Taliban, 24% of the world's opium originated in Afghanistan, now, after 20 years of Western occupation, the percentage is at 90%. What does the consequence of war mean in terms of numbers? The Afghan military and police, who have fought alongside the US and UK coalition, are estimated to have lost 69,000 soldiers. NATO allies brought home 3,586 coffins and at least 6 times as many wounded veterans, according to a tally kept by iCasualties.org. A number of rebels, including Taliban fighters, killed is estimated to be 84,191. The Ministry of Defence paid 1.3 million compensation to the Afghans for death, injury and damage. This was on average less than half of what they asked for. The lowest payment for a death was £542 after a girl was killed in a fire started by a rocket. The highest was £5,000 for each victim, paid to families of a number of Afghans killed by strikes involving Hellfire missiles. In trial session 2 on the first day of this tribunal, eyewitness Gulwali Parsalai told us, "Pretty much every type of bomb except nuclear bombs rained down on my country," confirming that the coalition employed excessive use of force. International law has long recognized the illegality of occupation that results from unlawful use of force by the occupying state. An Oxfam report titled "The Cost of War" examined Afghan experiences of conflict. 8 NGOs operating in Afghanistan conducted research in 14 provinces across the country and found approximately 2 in 5 individuals reported having property destroyed, and 1 in 3 were robbed during the conflict. The causes and perceived motivations behind these violations were often tied to larger plans of violence, deliberately targeting civilians, making many individuals feel unsafe, and negatively affecting their ability to earn an income or feed their family. More than 1 in 10 individuals reported being imprisoned, and 1 in 5 individuals reported being tortured. On education, a 2009 report by UNICEF found that 3.7 million children were out of school, with 60% of them girls. We urge the court to consider whether the above numbers, as well as the 241,000 civilian lives lost, the families broken, the millions displaced, injured or tortured, led to an improvement in Afghanistan after 20 years of British presence. Nothing further.
Thank you very much. This concludes trial session 7. We return at 1 p.m. for trial session 8, which will look at the testimony of refugees in the United Kingdom. We will hear testimony from Gawali Pasolai and Monish Bhatia. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the People's Tribunal on Crimes of Aggression, Afghanistan sessions. In past sessions, we looked into the legislative context behind this case, Britain's historic engagement with Afghanistan, and witness testimony on life under the Taliban. We also heard anonymous testimony from a British ambassador to Afghanistan regarding the political reasonings behind the invasion. Arzu Nawbahar and Sahar spoke of women's rights. Asim Qureshi spoke of domestic counter-terrorist legislation put in place in the United Kingdom and the detrimental effects it has had on Muslim communities. We also heard testimony from Mozambique, an anonymous witness Noor of lived experiences of torture with British complicity. We explored how the arms trade has fueled the war with testimony from Habib Ahmadi, retired US Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and Andrew Feinstein. In the last session, the prosecution presented the court with a timeline of British operations in Afghanistan and statistics regarding civilian deaths. We also heard the testimony of 2 lives lost, an unnamed British veteran and Aisha Wazil, a 7-year-old girl shot dead by British soldiers. Trial session 8 is now open. Ms. Saeed, you have the floor.
The history of Afghanistan cannot be separated from the consistent aggravation by the UK. We have shown how the UK and the US's geopolitical interest in Afghanistan is linked to Britain's colonial interests. We have seen how British foreign policy is dictated by interests of those in governance and easily swayed by the arms trade. We have heard expert and eyewitness testimony that confirms the constant vilification of Islam and how Islamophobia is used to reduce empathy for the victims and survivors of the British war crimes. In trial session 2, Munira Hashemi described the generational trauma of British colonialism and the displaced lives of Afghans, which they have lived for over 100 years. We now want to look at the situation of Afghan refugees who have come to the UK to seek asylum. During operations, British forces would take over towns which caused displacement. More than 4 million internally displaced people were reported in Afghanistan from 2012 to 2020. In 2003, the UK government forcibly removed Afghan people seeking asylum for the first time since 1995, returning many of them to Afghanistan, deeming it safe. An example of the impact the UK returns policy can have was reported by The Independent, when an Afghan person seeking asylum, Abdullah Tawhi, was executed by militants shortly after he was deported to Afghanistan. In June 2010, an Afghan who was on the Taliban's death list was refused asylum, even though it was widely accepted that the authorities would not be able to protect him if he returned to his home village. In 2015, more than 1 million people arrived in Europe by sea, of whom 20% were estimated to be Afghan. They are the second biggest population of displaced people in the world after Syrians. The Select Committee on International Relations and Defence found that the UK had resettled only a very small number of Afghan refugees. In April 2021, the government announced the Afghan Relocation and Assistance Policy, ARAP, a scheme designed to resettle people who worked for the UK in Afghanistan. The target is 5,000 by the end of this year under this scheme. There is also the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme, which aims to allow 5,000 Afghans to settle in the UK by the end of 2021, with the long-term goal of a total of 20,000. It will focus on women and children, as well as religious and other minorities in particular risk from the Taliban. The government shares responsibility for this crisis in Afghanistan. There are still more than 3.5 million displaced people in Afghanistan in need of asylum. There are still 3,000 Afghans in the UK without settled status that are in danger of being deported. To give us a better understanding of how refugees are treated in the UK and the needs of the Afghan community, we would like to call Gulwali Parsalai to the stand, please.
Let it be noted that on the first day of this tribunal, the prosecution called Gawali Pasalai to the stand as a 14-year-old. He was played by an actor, and his testimony was taken from his childhood memoirs. Now, Gawali appears as himself, as an adult, to reflect on his past experiences. Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth in the whole truth, in nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
Could you please tell the court your name, your full name, and your profession?
I'm Gulwali Pasarle. I'm author, humanitarian, refugee rights campaigner.
Thank you. On the first day of the tribunal, as the chair mentioned, we heard from your 14-year-old self who told us about life in Afghanistan. Now I would like to ask you about your experience as a child refugee traveling to the UK.
Yeah, my experience was terrible. It took me over a year before I was able to make it to the UK as a 13 years old. I went through imprisonment, hunger, inhumanity across half of the world. It was about 12,000 kilometers, 12,000 miles, 12 months. I was kept deported, arrested, and imprisoned across all of the 10 countries that I went through, except Italy, which treated me quite well. And the reason I came to the UK was because my brother was supposedly here. And I spent a really inhumane month in Calais in the jungle in northern France, which felt like 3 months. So I saw deaths on many occasions on this journey, particularly crossing the Mediterranean. And I was hoping my story will be history, but actually there are thousands of others making similar journeys and experiencing a lot of hardships and difficulties across Europe.
Thank you. And how was your experience with the UK border police at that time when you were trying to cross in Calais?
So after spending a year on this journey alone at the hands of smugglers mostly, when I got to the UK, I thought this was the end of my journey, but actually it was another struggle, another battle. Social services, I mean, I was physically safe and protected by the UK government, but mentally I was very disturbed because the Home Office did not believe that I was an Afghan national. Social services in Kent disputed my age, that I was not 13 by the time. So there was a lot of this system of disbelief, and I was seen as a criminal, as a suspect, and sadly, not much has improved since the last 13 years. I was able to overcome so much adversity with the help and support of people. The system definitely did not value me. And again, unfortunately, it does not value asylum seekers, particularly now with the new anti-refugee bill and the way the UK government has been very hostile towards asylum seekers and refugees. And we see in the news from the crossing at the English Channel, where a few hundred people get across in desperate circumstances. The government wants to turn them away, and if they have their way, they don't care about people's safety and people's or international law for that matter. So yeah, my experience was not unique.
Do you think that the UK's resettlement schemes for Afghans are enough? Are they appropriate?
The UK never really had a resettlement scheme for Afghanistan until now, since the crisis began in Afghanistan with the Taliban takeover. I think the 20,000 is definitely not enough, especially considering British responsibility and Britain's role in allowing what has happened, what has unfolded. If America and Britain has acted differently, I'm not in favor of foreign troops in Afghanistan, but there was a need for them to stay to support the Afghan security forces, particularly with air support and with technical support and to maintain the Afghan state. But sadly, they have pulled the rug under the Afghans, left us to the wolves. So therefore, not only does Britain have a moral responsibility, but owe it to the Afghans. And I think 100,000 Afghans for resettlement should be considered by the UK. We are the sixth richest country in the world. And I think the European Union should at least take 1 million Afghans, because there are right now around 6 million displaced Afghans, 1 million displaced in the last 3 weeks alone. And people are in desperate need of international protection, particularly those people who are academics, activists, journalists, people who are supporters of the government, people who supported the republic. So their lives are under threat, and our borders with neighboring countries have been closed. The UK and the US mainly took out its own citizens. I mean, the 15,000 evacuation to Britain were 5,000 British nationals, 8,000 were people who work with British forces in the UK government, only 2,000 or so were vulnerable Afghans. So I definitely think it's not enough, and I feel like 10,000 a year will be a reasonable ask, because I think I travel across the UK, people are generous, people will welcome refugees and support them in their communities, but it's the government who lacks humanity and wants to turn away boats in the English Channel and wants to criminalize and penalize refugees with this new immigration bill. So if Afghan comes through irregular routes right now, they will be criminalized for coming here. And the settlement announcement, we don't know much details of how these 5,000 people will be brought to the UK. What will be the mechanism, because neighboring countries have closed its border. The UK, we've been advocating for a safe and legal routes. That was not in existence. So I hope the UK could do more than the 5,000. 10,000 will be reasonable until the situation gets better in Afghanistan.
So do you think that the UK government is not fast enough to respond to the ongoing crisis?
Completely. The UK government has failed in its responsibility, particularly the situation we saw in Kabul airport. I think there needs to be an investigation, because when a suicide bombing happened in Kabul, the British officials were advising Afghans to come to Abbey Gate, which was the place where they were taken into the military side of the airport. And the British government were aware of an imminent attack. The US and the Taliban, everybody knew, but they did not advise people not to go to the airport. And so I definitely think, especially the people who were treated with so much indignity, and there was a lot of disorder. 30 people lost their lives because of the overcrowdedness of the place. 200 were killed as a result of the suicide bombing. So certainly the UK has been, our foreign secretary was on holiday, and so was a lot of senior civil servants. And the Prime Minister in the UK government did very little to help the Afghans. And just to finally, these Afghans who has arrived to the UK are still stuck in hotels. They don't know their future. They don't know what's going to happen to them, because the government is still trying to figure out how to house them, where to house them. And so there's a lot of concerns that need to be addressed, and the government needs to be transparent and honest with the people.
Thank you. And so what are your thoughts on the UK's retreat after 20 years of occupation?
As an Afghan, I don't want foreign troops in my country. I was not happy in the first place that British American troops were there with 48 other countries. I lost loved ones because of the war, but at the same time, I accept that we live in a world where the Afghan army and the government was built in a way to be dependent on Western support. And particularly, we had 6,000 international technicians, people working, contractors working and referring Afghan Air Force and other providing technical support. They were all pulled out, and Afghans were just left to themselves to defend for themselves. In the last about 5 years, we lost 45,000 Afghan security forces. And in the last 20 years, over 65,000 Afghan security forces have lost their lives. For what? And over 100,000 civilians have lost their lives. If the US was going to make a peace deal with the Taliban, why didn't they do it in 2003? Why didn't they do it earlier on when there was a possibility of ending this bloodshed? So the Taliban are stronger than ever, and they have a so-called cabinet and the anniversary of 9/11. So I'm glad the UK has left Afghanistan, but it has left it in a way which was unacceptable and which was wrong on so many levels, leaving Afghans who dreamt, had hopes and tested freedom for the last 20 years, in such a situation where they're in limbo. They lost everything. The country has gone from 20 years of progress and went back to even worse than what it was in 2001, especially with the power the Taliban has come now, with all the US military weapons that were left by the Afghan army and security forces. So on one hand, I'm glad the UK has left. They should not have been there in the first place, but when they went, they should have done things more responsibly and acted, especially when it comes to Afghan asylum seekers, as was mentioned earlier. 15,000 people were deported in the last 10 years because they were arguing Afghanistan and Kabul or certain area was safe. And so I also want the government to actually bring these people back who were deported unfairly and unjustly. Some of them might not even have survived, but those who has, the government has again a duty, a protection to these people.
Thank you. In your book, The Lightless Sky, in the new edition, you added a new chapter, which is about your visit to the site of the Twin Tower attack. Do you mind talking us through your thoughts at the time?
So yeah, The Lightless Sky had 3 new chapters recently published. It was a strange feeling when I went to the US in 2016, because I always saw the US as an enemy, because it has killed my loved ones. But I went to the US, it was a really surreal experience, because it was a wonderful place and the people were generally nice. So I've learned in the last 10 years or so, since, or 13 years since being in the UK, that governments is not the same as people. It was a strange experience going to the 9/11 museum and going to the World Trade Center, seeing the devastation that was caused supposedly in the name of my religion. And also perhaps someone did it from my country, which I don't think it was the case, but that was physically making me really sick and upset that this had happened. But then I was also thinking how tragically 3,000 people lost their lives, and as a result of that, 3 million has been killed across the world. So 9/11 kind of justified a lot of other human rights violations and wars against humanity and war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere in the world, in Somalia, in Yemen, and so many other places where the US have been indiscriminately bombing people with drones. And so, yeah, and Al-Qaeda, I mean, the Osama bin Laden, who the US was looking for, found him 10 years later next to a military base, supposedly an ally country of the US and the UK. So, yeah, I think the experience I had in New York was one of sadness and a mixed emotions. But at the same time, I wish the US administration had acted differently. They went into Afghanistan and had promised people a lot of things, but deliver them with a peace deal which empowered the Taliban and give them legitimacy after 20 years. And so, yeah, I feel really sad for the people who lost their lives in the US, but also the 3 million or so who have suffered as a result of the war on terror, which kind of continues. If the US had responded differently, we would not have Daesh now, we would not have other extremist groups. And there are 20 recognized terrorist organizations operating in Afghanistan. And actually, the Taliban are not even one. Taliban are not officially a terrorist organization. Their members are some members, but there are other who are as a result of these wars, which has created so much more suffering for people.
Do you think you will ever be able to return to Afghanistan?
It was my hope and aspiration that I'll go back to Afghanistan after studying and getting a degree and doing a master's. I wanted to use my education and experiences for the country and rebuilding it, playing a positive role. I've not seen my mother and my siblings for the last 15 years. I think being a refugee is a huge sacrifice. And I think if 9/11 had not happened, or the response to it was different, I would not be here. I would be with my loved ones. I would not have lost loved ones. I would not have to sacrifice so much. So I had high hopes until very recently. Now it seemed like that dreams I had was in the past. But I hope things will change. I hope Taliban can't continue oppressing people and beating journalists and going after people who are anti-Taliban forever. I mean, there will be change, and I think Afghan people will hopefully rise. But the fear I have is the great powers, China, Russia, and the US again meddling in the Afghan affairs, and not to mention Pakistan and its role with support to the Taliban. So I still have hopes. I hope to be able to return, but I don't know. I don't think that'll be anytime soon. I recently became British citizen, and I was hoping to be able to travel back to Afghanistan, because until recently, as a refugee, I wasn't able to go back legally, even though the country was insecure. But at least I was hopeful that I could go and see my mom and my siblings and my loved ones and my family. But now it's heartbreaking to think that I'll not be able to go anytime soon. I missed Afghanistan. I missed my friends. I missed the weather, the food, literally everything. And now that's all gone.
Thank you very much. Nothing further if my team doesn't have anything.
Thank you.
And we can open it to the panel.
Are you happy to open?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Do you have any questions?
No, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much. You're free to go back to your seat. Prosecution, how would you like to proceed?
We would like to call Dr. Manish Bhatia to the stand.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Take a seat.
Dr. Bhatia, what is your profession?
I'm a lecturer in criminology and criminal justice, and I largely research around immigration, asylum, and treatment of non-nationals by immigration and criminal justice both.
Sorry, may I just interrupt? Mr. Bhatia, would you move the microphone just a little closer to your mouth? Thank
Okay.
you.
Perfect.
Continue.
So would you say that you're well informed on the treatment of refugees in the UK?
Yes, I believe so. I have been working with this group for over 12 years, and I have conducted 3 ethnographic studies, with first study lasting 18 months, followed by 4 months and 8 months. Alongside field observation, I have also analyzed 150 case documents, participated at 6 refugee and migrant charity organizations, and interviewed 35 individuals on numerous occasions, and followed some of them to courts and other appointments. Besides this, I act as a board of director for one of the refugee organizations and a trustee for another migrant rights organizations. And I work with numerous charities in various capacities over the period of 12 years. I have several research-linked publications in this area, and my recent article, The Permission to be Cruel, Street-Level Bureaucrats and Harms Against People Seeking Asylum, won an award from the British Criminology Society's Hate Crime Network. So yes, I'd say I'm well informed.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Could you summarize some of your findings regarding the process of seeking asylum in the UK and the treatment people receive?
Sure. So I'm going to divide my response in Part A and Part B. Part A will address the asylum system and treatment that individuals receive. In Part B, I will discuss the convergence of immigration and asylum system and criminal justice system, and how people who are fleeing persecution and threats to life are prosecuted and punished by the British state and consequently re-traumatized. So I will start with Part A, and before I proceed, I would like to present an interview quote which was translated from Urdu to English. This quote was from a participant called Wasim, which is a pseudonym. So Wasim mentions, living as an asylum seeker is like living in a multi-chambered cage. On certain days, I'm shown an open door, and I try to escape, try to fly, only to find that door has led me to another chamber of the cage. I try again and end up in a different chamber. Flying and escaping is always an illusion. The cage is real. I'm living in it. It is everywhere. Seeking asylum is seeking a life in cage. The British government is killing me. I just want to fly. People seeking asylum are subjected to a whole host of exclusionary and restrictive measures, and I will explain to you what that actually means. So the first point, they are dispersed to remote parts of the country following the initial interview with the immigration officials. This is called the policy of dispersal. So in my research, I found a very strong link between the policy and racial violence and hate directed against this group. So dispersal was initially implemented in 1999 to place individuals according to their language clusters. And as asylum housing became privatized, the profit motives took over, and the individuals were later placed in vacant and substandard properties in economically deprived areas. So the tabloid and right-wing press campaigns against asylum seekers have generated hostility and discontent in these areas. In part, it has created a narrative that this group is taking away what rightfully belongs to the people of this country, and these people are to blame for poverty and lack of resources and misery. A large number of dispersal areas are also predominantly white and have very little history of accommodating people from other ethnic and racial groups. And problems of racial harassment and abuse are more extreme in these areas. So I encountered 4 cases in the field where individuals were verbally and physically abused and threatened by locals and feared imminent physical attacks. So I verbally abused and threatened by locals and feared imminent physical attacks. The charity support workers made several requests to the Home Office and housing providers to relocate these individuals to a different area. They, however, asked for these requests to be accompanied with evidence, such as crime reference numbers and details of the attack. So the claim of being fearful or anticipating a racial attack was not sufficient. So to be considered for relocation, individuals had to prove they were genuine victims. So this proving of genuineness is an underlying theme, and Home Office by default treats people as not genuine until they prove themselves to be otherwise. So not only does this indicate a lack of prevention strategy, a lack of care and prevention strategy within the Home Office to protect the vulnerable groups from becoming targets of hate-related incidents, but it reflects abandonment of a duty to care and to protect life as mandated by the Equality and Human Rights Commission Article 2. So I'm going to read out another quote by a female asylum seeker. She mentioned, "Whenever I went out, these boys used to look at me in a bad way. At first, I thought it was just me being paranoid and going crazy. I was going to see the doctor again. Then they started calling me with dirty names. That kept happening for some time. Then they started throwing things at me and following me. Then I started opening my window a little bit to see if they are around. If they were standing outside, then I stayed inside. Sometimes they were there all day. I just sit inside and wait for them to leave. My GP write to them, the housing provider and Home Office both, many times. And after 3 months, they moved me to a different address." And I also noted a few other cases where individuals suffering from post-traumatic disorder had been threatened repeatedly with knives, physically assaulted, had burning objects forced through their letter boxes, and experienced dogs being set on them while they were walking outside their properties. In one case, stones were thrown at a pregnant woman whenever she opened her door or window. In most cases, individuals informed the third-party reporting centers and did not approach the police or Home Office because they did not trust these institutions. In one very well-publicized case, a vulnerable refugee with complex needs approached the police and filed a complaint about racial abuse. And his concerns were not taken seriously and rather dismissed, which eventually led to his murder. His name was Bijan Ibrahimi. The police arrested him for breach of peace under the Public Order Act and for causing harassment and distress. The police also called him serial complainer, attention seeker, and considered him to be an annoyance. He was stabbed and then burnt alive in Bristol, UK. So the second point is that of substandard housing. So the Immigration and Asylum Act 1999 removed asylum seekers from mainstream benefits and housing provisions. So majority of asylum seekers, asylum accommodation, was privatized, and corporations such as Serco, G4S, and so on were asked to provide human services. To this date, there have been numerous scandals, I've lost the count, and inquiries exposing the substandard housing provisions in various locations across the country, as well as grave failures in health and safety and consequent harms. Nevertheless, the private contractors have never been subjected to any criminal or civil sanctions for failing to meet contractual obligations and to provide safe housing to vulnerable people. The very condition of the property triggered an unsettling feeling in a lot of my research participants. For instance, People with mental health issues and those suffering from suicide ideation were placed together. Those with vulnerabilities, pre-existing and serious health issues were placed in damp properties, lacking sufficient heating, hot water, and cooking provisions. Elderly asylum claimants, people with severe mobility issues, women in latter stages of pregnancies, and women with children were also placed in unhygienic, filthy properties that lacked proper access and safety provisions. So the harmful consequences range from accidents and injuries to recurring stomach infections, skin ailments, and deterioration of physical and mental health. In one case, and this is the example I give to my students quite frequently, a woman in latter stages of pregnancy was moved in a property infested with rats and water leakage. The Home Office and accommodation provider were requested by the GP and charity organization, social workers, to take immediate action. Nevertheless, their repeated requests were ignored by the Home Office. So one evening, this woman in latter stages of pregnancy, while cooking, encountered rats running around the kitchen floor, and she panicked and rushed outside the kitchen, and while doing so, she tripped and broke her leg. She was consequently bedridden and later developed a blood clot due to being pregnant and immobile. The woman delivered a baby while recovering from a broken leg in a plaster cast. Due to the neglect and denial of care, a normal pregnancy was turned into a complicated pregnancy filled with risk. So that was a second point of substandard housing and how people are treated. The third point is that of hostile environment and sheer denial of care. So in approximately 30 cases that I encountered during my field works, individuals were not able to register with the GP, which is a general practitioner, a medical doctor, or receive sufficient medical attention. This was due to GPs running full capacity and not accepting new patients in certain areas. A number of GP offices turned down asylum seekers and those whose asylum claims have been refused. There was a general assumption that people without legal status are not entitled to free NHS treatment, or were entitled to only treatment for some common medical conditions. So even when individuals were somehow registered, GPs did not consider arranging for interpreters, and asylum seekers were unable to communicate their symptoms due to the lack of proficiency in English. In the absence of medical care, certain individuals resorted to self-medication, so they were getting medication from underground market to recover from distressing life events and numb the pain of living in limbo in the UK. The mental distress amongst people seeking asylum was often increased with the time they spent in Britain, and this is a very important point that you all should note. The research findings strongly indicated that asylum seekers were trapped in a vicious cycle and denied appropriate care, which made their recovery from the traumatic events extremely difficult. As often the trauma and suffering was ongoing. It did not end with their migration journey into the UK. It kept going on. It was neither episodic nor cumulative, and it was actually the quality of life in Britain itself. So the injuries they suffered were structural, okay, and they were inflicted deliberately as a result of policies and procedures. I must highlight that 6 of the participants also attempted suicide at various points or serious self-harm. One participant highlighted the suicide of his friend during the interview and reasons behind it. So I don't want to say this in my own word, and that's why I'm not going to paraphrase it, and I will read out another quote for you. Hazel was my best friend. She walked from one location to another location and back around 5 to 6 miles every single day. Whether it be winter or raining, she used to do that every day for 2.5 years. She couldn't stay at home. Just like me, she lived far from the city center and felt lonely. She had no money because people seeking asylum are not allowed to work. She could not work, and she was only 32 years old. She always said that once she gets her papers, that is her refugee status, many of her problems will get over. Then one day she threw herself from a 13th floor balcony, and at this stage the participant was getting emotional. She did not die straight away because she fell on the grass. They called the ambulance, police came also, she was still breathing, and after 2 hours the police announced her death. The problem was because of a situation, and all that goes back to the Home Office, claiming asylum and then waiting. When you are waiting, you have nothing, you are nothing. Similarly, during one of the interviews, an asylum claimant called Inam mentioned about paying a drug dealer about 20 or 30 pounds and pleaded to be injected with a cocktail, a toxic cocktail of Class A drugs. And after some reluctance from the dealer, he was administered with an overdose of meth and heroin and ended up lying in a semi-coma state, like for around 3 days, in an abandoned council estate building. He later woke up feeling weak and assumed that it was his spirit rising from his body. When he saw his image in a broken mirror, he was disappointed. So Inam was twice as powerless at that point to face the harsh reality of life that he was made to live by the Home Office. Also, there was at least one case where an individual who was suffering suicide ideation approached the crisis team, NHS crisis team, and he was then transferred in the hands of Home Office and subsequently deported from the country. So now I would like to move to the part B of my evidence, which is the convergence of asylum system and criminal justice system. So over the past 10 years, there's a new phenomena happening that has gone unnoticed. Two systems are converging, and criminal justice system has been drawn into managing the migration and asylum. So the breaches of unauthorized immigration breaches and unauthorized forms of migration are being treated as punishable offenses under the criminal law rather than administrative or civil matter. So previously, any breach of immigration was managed by civil court, but now it's managed by the criminal court. At the same time, it has expanded the powers given to the police and immigration to detain, search, and put people in prison. So there are 89 new offenses created over the past 10 years. So I would like to highlight a case of a man called Rafiq, an Afghan national, who worked for a campaigning organization in Afghanistan which promoted human rights. And he coordinated with American soldiers who were actively supporting his work, and he had documentary evidence to prove that. This close association with Westerners exposed him to Taliban reprisals, and he was eventually subjected to brutal and near-fatal assault. So Rafiq was punished by the criminal court, and his migratory history was not even considered by the criminal court judge prior to giving him a sentence for deception. So Rafiq basically, during the asylum interview, his name was Rafiq Ullah, and he did not mention the term Ullah. At the same time, he did not mention that he had actually sought asylum in France, so he was forcefully fingerprinted in France. Therefore, because he gave a wrong information, or not exactly wrong information, because he gave a different name, and because he did not mention that he had given fingerprints in France, which meant that the immigration officers could transfer him to prison, and therefore he was then prosecuted and imprisoned by the criminal court. And I've seen the cases of several single mothers who were in the same position, who were sentenced to prison and their children taken into foster care. And same goes with men who were put into detention and their children taken into foster care.
Thank you. So considering the invasion now and the recent events in Afghanistan, do you think that the government's response to the ongoing crisis is appropriate?
Sure. Well, no. The government has deployed Operation Warm Welcome, which is nothing but, according to me, a publicity stunt. As I've already mentioned, there's nothing warm about Britain's reception and treatment of refugees. The Home Secretary has also introduced the Nationality and Borders Bill, which puts the very right to seek asylum under threat. It criminalizes irregular entry and disrupts the long-standing international system of refugee protection. So, in short, no.
So what recommendations do you have for the UK?
A humane asylum system based on acceptance rather than deterrence, abolishing spaces of confinement and deportation machine, abolishing hostile environment and compliant environment, or whatever environment Home Office wants to call it now, treating people with dignity and fairness. Home Office has been nothing but inconsistent, inconsiderate, and quite frankly, even reckless. I can give you an example of two identical twins that I encountered in the field. One was from Iraq, brothers from Iraq and sisters from Zimbabwe. And both pair of twins fleeing exactly the same situation have applied asylum exactly at the same time. In one case, one of the brothers gets the asylum and other gets rejection. And same goes with the sister. And it just makes you wonder, what the hell are they thinking? And same goes with the endless cases, especially of Afghan nationals, where Home Office have not even remotely considered the evidence. And they simply cut, copy, paste the rejection letters. And when you're reading these letters, you're just like, have you actually even read their cases? So going back, a humane system based on acceptance rather than deterrence.
No further questions, thank you.
Does the panel have any additional questions for Mr. Bhatia?
Yeah, I just have one question. And one of the things that has struck me as you've been speaking throughout both parts A and B is that there doesn't seem to be recourse for justice for those who are trapped in somewhat of a hostile system. And would it be fair to say then that for those who are entering the asylum system within the UK, their knowledge of their human rights and their basic rights as asylum seekers within the UK is information that is not always accessible to them or provided to them by the government of the UK?
Yes, no, that's absolutely correct. And that's one reason why there's several different organizations who have now stepped in to fill that void. And I increasingly feel that government is avoiding taking the responsibility and pushing the responsibility over to the third sector organizations and letting them pick the pieces of their harmful, quite frankly, hostile and degrading policy. So yes, I agree with you, and I agree that government needs to take more responsibility there. And in terms of legal aid, I don't quite know whether you know about this, but there is a legal aid cut. So not all can access legal aid, and I think legal aid is quite fundamental. And I've encountered people who have put themselves in risky scenarios simply to get money to fight the case, and I don't think that it should be that way, taking into account we are presenting ourselves as beacon of human rights and refugee protection.
Thank you very much.
Any more questions from the panel? Thank you very much. You're free to go. Permission granted. Prosecution, you have the floor.
Thank you. In the next section, we will present the court with a truth-telling session in which those who have seen or felt the war in Afghanistan on their own flesh may speak freely to the court. The first witness we call to the stand is Mirwais Sur.
I will mention that this testimony has been reconstructed by playwright Charla Nix, and the witness name has been changed to protect their own identity.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give as a Mirwais Sur shall be truthful, to how the testimony has been reconstructed by writer Shahla Nix.
Thank you. Please be seated. What would you like to share with the court today?
My name is Mirwais Sur. I'm from Kandahar, Afghanistan, in the south. Kandahar is a beautiful province in Afghanistan, which has vast mountains, beautiful trees, and beautiful places for swimming. Kandahar is since long time has a source of gems, and it has very beautiful pomegranate, which is the agriculture, economic agriculture belong to this fruit. And everyone can tell you this fruit is the pride of the Kandahar. One thing I miss since April to September, when we sleep outside our house in the courtyard, and when I would be very excited when I waking up in the morning with the bird sounds and very beautiful sky with the beautiful color of kites. And I waking up my sisters and brothers to take our own kites and join our friends for kite playing. That time I was the one which I was the fastest runner in the kite. And I look after my sister Shahla, even though she was the oldest one, but everyone respected her because she was very good at kite making. And even she taught older kids to make the kites, which is very funny, and we laughed that time as well. My sister, she made a very strong kites because she doubled up the paper for each kite, and nobody can make like her kites. I've been in a boys' school that time, but I don't like to go to that school because it was boring for me. But my brothers and sisters, they like too much school. Even my mother, she doesn't know I don't go to school. She thought I'm going to school, but no, I didn't go to school. Finally, I stopped the school, and I was a teenager when the Russians came to my country. They came to my country and they asked us to join the army. I was very scared because my uncle, he was alive born while he hiding from the Russian people. That time, Miran, Shahla, Nazanin, little Nazanin and Nasima were twins. They were not alone. There was maybe around 100 people more. They were trying to hide because of the Russian. Because the Russian people, that time, they tried to use the chemical explosive, and in the tunnel they used a big explosion. And we lost, they did my uncles and my cousins. That time there was more people also died, around maybe more people, more families. For the first time I saw my father cries, and when his friend told this, his brothers and cousins already died because of the explosion. It was very bad for me, and I was feel sad why this happened to us. Some people that time, they tried to join the ANA, Afghan National Army. It was operating by Russian people, but another Afghan people, they forcing another Afghan people to join to that army. Russian people, they gave weapon for everyone. That time I didn't understand how to use the weapon, how to do with that. But they trained me how to use the weapon, how to fight. I was around 6 to 7 years in the front line. And I decided to leave it because the situation between Mujahideen and Russian people got bad. My two brothers was already in the same army with ANA, and we all together we decided to leave this army, Finally, one night Russian people came to our house, and I don't know how they understand. We are 4 boys at home, and my brother, a small brother, is Sabri. He is 14 years old, and they want to take my brother Sabri with them. My brother Sabri was scared, and he was hiding behind our house. We had a one wooden house, which my father built it. He was hiding there. Russian people, they check our house, even they check our rice bag, our oils, everything in our house. And they couldn't find my brother. Finally, they went to the wooden house, and they checked that wooden house, and they find my brother from there. He was scared, and he didn't want to go with them. Once they took my brother, they found some paper there, which was some paper or flyer, which was against the government. And we found that paper is from my sister, because my sister used that room, and she said that room is for girls only. And we got it that paper is only from my sister, but we didn't understand how, because she didn't go to school. She didn't know any place for printing, and we shocked how she can print these papers and how she wrote these papers. On the morning of that day, these Russian people catched me, and they took me to the hut. In the hut, I saw many people are there, and I saw they are in a very bad situation, because I saw some of them, the back is broken, the jaw is like dislocated jaw, the body is with like sign of the cigarette. It looked like somebody pushed a cigarette on their bodies. And I said, oh, this is a very bad place, then how they bring me here? I was 2 days there in a one room, which there was no place to sleep. Even I saw these people, they put some people in a 1 meter room, which they're not possible to sleep for them. Actually, I've been 2 days there, and they took me to another room. In another room, there was one big and light room, big light, and it was on for 24 hours. And they tried me to stand up for 2 weeks, and they don't allow me to sleep that time. And they even pushed me and asked me, tell me about that paper, where did you print it? And I was not in that shed. I didn't understand how and who did this one. But I just got that paper is from my sister, but I didn't know how she printed or how she wrote it. Finally, one day, one Russian guy came, and they used bad language about me, and they said, if you don't tell me the truth, how did you print the paper, we will punish you like another people. And they bring another guy, and they took out his eye in front of me, and he asked me, please, tell me the truth, otherwise I'll take your eyes like this. And I was scared, and I didn't know about this. They tied my hands and legs in the chair, and they used electrical shock in my head, in my whole body, in my mouth, even, which it's very shameful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're free to go back to your seat.
Thank you.
Next, we would like to call Narinder Samra, who will also be performing a testimony from an anonymized witness.
My name is Narinder Samra. I'm an actor. I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give as Shah Jahan will be truthful to Shah Jahan's testimony, as it was transcribed, and shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I am appearing in his stead to protect his identity.
Please take a seat. What would you like to share with the court?
My name is Shah Jahan. I went to military school when I was 17 years old. Later, I went to military university. The war started from the time of the revolution after 1979. Before that, everything was fine. As a result of the war, when the Russians left Afghanistan, I lost my leg. This is not about me, but about the history of Afghanistan. Let me tell you about the misery of the Afghan people. The Russians had their own goals in Afghanistan. The Russians want to go to Pakistan after Afghanistan, and then to the warm waters of the Mediterranean. After that, the United States abused the people of Afghanistan. The people of Afghanistan are willing to give their lives for the sake of their religion, which is why the United States took advantage of this. In fact, the United States and Russia have made Afghanistan the battleground of two superpowers. Pakistan brought the Taliban into Afghanistan, and they started propaganda among the people. People at that time thought that the Taliban were a good people and for the benefit of the Afghan people. Back in the time of the communists, people believed that if the Mujahideen came, the people would get rid of the persecution of the communists. But when the Mujahideen came, the people believed that if the Taliban came, the people would get rid of the Mujahideen. Because the enemies of Afghanistan have always misinformed the general public. Eventually, the Taliban reached Kabul. The Mujahideen had to flee Kabul, and the Taliban took the power. That was when I had a grocery store. When the Taliban came, I thought that the Taliban were a very large army. But when I saw them, they entered Kabul in several vehicles with the Pakistani intelligence. The Taliban's first task was to oust Dr. Najibullah, the president, and eliminate him. They hanged Dr. Najibullah at the Ariana intersection. I myself went and saw Dr. Najibullah's body up close. I saw with my own eyes that all the people were crying for him. The women were crying under the hijab. The Taliban government was one of the worst times in Afghanistan. They oppressed women and beheaded anyone who stole. When the Mujahideen were in Afghanistan, they took the people's lands by force. They oppressed men and women. When the Taliban came, they brought justice. For example, they said when the call for prayer was, everyone left all their work, shops and everything, and went to prayer. No one dared to touch someone else's belongings. Some people who wanted democracy left Afghanistan at that time. But there were some people who liked Taliban law. Majority of people still thinks the original Taliban was good and had a good ideology. However, later, mobsters, vagrants, and illiterates joined the Taliban, and they gave them a bad name. During the Taliban era, for example, when a woman fell ill, she was not allowed to go to the doctor alone. She would need a man with her at all times. Later, various groups from different countries collaborated with the Taliban, including Osama bin Laden, Chechen, and Al-Qaeda groups. When 9/11 happened, the United States warned the Taliban that they should give Osama or they would start a war. But the Taliban did not surrender Osama to the United States. And America repeated the mistake of the Russians. It is known to the whole world that Afghans do not allow anyone to invade their territory. It is a famous proverb. Because the elders and politicians said that the Russians had come to develop Afghanistan, we accepted. When the Russians came to Afghanistan, they helped the Afghan people a lot. At the time, the Mujahideen were propagandizing to the people that aid would increase if the United States came to Afghanistan. They said that if the United States entered Afghanistan, in a few years, Afghanistan would be like the United States. But when America came, everything happened the other way around. After the arrival of the United States, the people of Afghanistan suffered greatly. Bombing many villages in Afghanistan, looting jewelry from Afghanistan, and other behind-the-scenes activities that the general public is unaware of, like night raids on people's homes, imprisoning innocent young people in Guantanamo jail, and so on. If I go back to Afghanistan, I want a good system and a national government. It does not matter to me which party it is. It doesn't matter to me if they are Pashtuns or Hazar, if they're black or white. What matters to me is that they are our own people, not someone who've been trained and brought up in another country and they run for president. They don't know the true pain that we had as kids, or the hardships we had to go through as young men, or the pain as a man. I remember that after I had lost both my legs and the army no longer needed me, I had to find a source of income for my family. And at the time, I had made myself a bicycle where I would use the pedals, but for my hand. You know, the one in the Olympics, that one. I would go from one end of Kabul to the other end of it to bring petrol. I would fill up bottles and bottles of it and cycle it back and sell it. Most people would laugh at me and call me mad or crazy, because if one bullet hits it or any form of flame, then I would have been barbecue. But I had no fear after losing my legs. No pain is greater than become a handicap. It's like I'm dying every day. But I took that danger on just for my kids, so that they have a better life and a better education. And today, All of my kids are well educated.
Thank you very much. You're free to go.
We would like to call Samarantisi to the stand, who will also be performing an anonymized testimony.
I do solemnly, sincerely, and truly affirm that the evidence I shall give shall be truthful to the testimony of Alexandra as it was recorded and transcribed.
Thank you. Please take a seat. What would you like to share with the court today?
From my point of view, the Romanian rehabilitation program for servicemen only exists on paper. When I got divorced, the first 2-3 cases came up. So until then, the Romanian army categorically refused to acknowledge the fact that there were servicemen with post-traumatic stress disorder. There was this investigation conducted by some journalists on this topic, that Romania was the only country without servicemen with post-traumatic stress disorder. And there were psychologists from the Ministry of Defense that said, Romanian servicemen are very well prepared mentally, and they're very resilient, and so on, and that's why we don't have any such thing. Me, as soon as my ex-husband came back from Afghanistan, I told him, listen, this isn't right. Let's see what we should do. I knew there was this program, and I called someone with links to the Ministry of Defense, another serviceman. So he looked into it, and after a few days he called me and he said, Alexandra, please, never tell anyone that I told you this because I'll be done for. But this program only exists on paper. Everyone passes the test, and you can't send him to therapy through the Ministry of Defense. They all went home, took the psychological assessment, and passed it with flying colors. And then they went home, beat up their wives, and killed them, killed themselves, and who knows what else. My ex-husband has been with the Army since the 9th grade because he graduated from the military high school and academy. He grew up in the Army. The Army practically raised him. He worked with tanks, but he's been a sapper for some years now. When we met, he was a sapper already. The sappers are the ones during war, they disarm bombs or build roads, so they both destroy and repair. He was first assigned to go to Afghanistan in Kabul in 2009, I think. Yes, in 2009. We were already married. He really wanted to go. I didn't want him to go, but he kept insisting that he wanted to go on assignment. People want to go on assignment. People pay bribes to go on assignment. People pull strings to go on assignment. When he left for a 6-month-long assignment, he got 1,600 euros. I think. If you were wounded, and it depended on how badly you were hurt, you got around 40,000 euros. And if you were lucky enough, so to speak, 80,000. It is paid to your family in installments. If you ask me, this was extremely badly negotiated by Romania and the Romanian army with NATO, because it wasn't our war. We had no business being there. And if you send me there as cannon fodder, at least pay me yourself. But our servicemen were paid by the Romanian state for these assignments, not NATO. Our child, he was a baby when he left. Well, not really a baby, but still little, very little, a toddler. The first time while he was there, at first everything seemed okay, but after a while he started nagging with me. What am I doing by myself at home? That surely I'm screwing around. So on. At some point I realized the soldiers were having discussions like, what? You really think your wife will behave until you're back home? And so on. That all women are whores. And things like that. And yeah, anyway, he brought me to a point where I wasn't really leaving the house because of this, because he'd always call me on Skype. He'd call me, and if I didn't pick up that instant, because I wasn't home, he'd throw a tantrum that, where have I been, with whom, and so on. For a very long time, it was quiet over there. I actually found it weird that he'd call me however many times a day, and I told him, hold on, what are you doing over there, since I see you're on Skype all day? So for a very long time it was quiet. At some point they were sent on reconnaissance missions everywhere in the war zone. When things quiet down, when it's too quiet, when there's no victims, when people start saying, well, okay, look, things calm down. We should pull the troops back. Suddenly, something happens. And that's pretty much what he told me happened there too. They sent him on a reconnaissance mission. They found themselves in an ambush, something like ours. Someone was badly hurt. It was a Romanian-only squad. He led the whole thing, the whole mission. Now, reconnaissance missions are meant to look for explosives, for terrorist cells, things like that. Now, this is just what he told me. I don't know. I don't know if it went like this, if it didn't. Anyway, what I know from my dad, who also went to the military, if you check the history of each and every war, you'll see that things like that happen. When things calm down, something has to happen suddenly. Because it means money. Where does the US's money come from? Let alone the fact that anyway, you know, it's already something known that they keep supplying them with weapons. Yeah? Besides the fact, I don't know, at least in my view, it's an empire, you know? You can safely compare it to the Roman Empire during Julius Caesar's time, who said, you can't make peace without war. So he went everywhere to make peace. Yeah? Same with them. They go everywhere to make peace. Besides, you know, what's the largest opium market in the world? Afghanistan. What's the biggest drug dealer in the world? So things tie in. Things tie in so well. You'd have to be an idiot not to put 2 and 2 together. And when someone comes up to you like, nah, this is a conspiracy theory. No, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's so obvious, you know? It's staring you in the face. So anyway, they called for help from the Americans over the radio, and he told me that during the whole time almost, they had a helicopter surveying the area, but it didn't get involved at all. Only after things calmed down, he told me. He's convinced they waited for there to be casualties. And only after things calmed down did they receive help to retreat. From my ex, I've heard that they went. He didn't tell me much, just that there were whores, Romanians, Moldovans, Bulgarians, and that they knew for sure they were, but apparently he didn't go to them. Very often they didn't even pay them. It's so easy to go to a prostitute and mess around without paying anything. Maybe even hit her. Especially if you're a serviceman, especially if you're in an area like this. And anyway, they didn't just get there. They didn't go there carefree in areas like those. I think you're aware. They were trafficked. They were taken there. If some of the soldiers would go on their own simply because they felt like it, they definitely had to pay. But if their American friend showed up, like, let me get this for you, you know, to strengthen friendships, for example, because things like let's drink together or let's fuck together or let's whatever together somehow induce the idea of a stronger bond. But in reality, that's not exactly it. It's kind of like, let's make you do this. You depend on me somehow. I have something on you. So he knew they were. It's possible he knew more. I mean, you know, if he was there, I don't think he would have missed the opportunity knowing him. But he didn't tell me he was there. He told me others were. He talked about these things very little and only to show off, look what happens over there. Same with the drinking. He told me how they made drinks from all sorts of stupid stuff. But he never touched alcohol during that time. If you asked him, others went to prostitutes, others drank, others did this, others did that. Not him. Underage girls. From what I've seen and heard, this is what the American servicemen look for. Underage girls. Yes, and it seems it's very entertaining to have group sex with underage girls. And I had a certain reaction when at some point I saw my wonderful husband. I caught him one night looking at porn videos, and that's exactly what he was watching. Some serviceman raping an underage girl after he came back from Afghanistan. When he came back from the mission, he was different in a really bad way. Yeah, a few days after he came back from the mission, I've had the worst night of my life. Choked, with a knife at my throat for half a night, and in the end, 3 police units came to get me and my child out of there. He was tiny. He was, 3 years old, maybe? He recently turned 3. He left the town around lunchtime, and when he came back, he was drunk. And he started questioning, what did I do during the time he was gone? That he knows better? He started making a bigger and bigger and bigger scene, and at some point, he jumped me and started choking me. And he choked me until the moment he realized that if he doesn't stop, I'll die. So he was, I don't know, somehow perfectly aware of what he was doing, you know? Because he always stopped right before the limit. He stopped, let me go, let me take a few gulps of air, and then choked me again. And it went like this for who knows how long, with yelling and fists and smashing things and so on. And at some point, our child woke up and started crying, and I found a moment, and I managed to send a message to one of my cousins, and I told her to call the police immediately, that he'll kill me. So she called the police and came with the police. And when the police came knocking, he went, he opened up, saw it was the police, wanted to shut the door, but luckily, one of them had the sense to stick his foot in the door. And my ex became pretty aggressive. He immediately tried to show off that he's an officer, that he's been to war, and the police officer asked me if I wanted to leave, and I said yes. I said, okay, take the child and let's go. I was covered in bruises and all messed up and with marks on my neck. The next day, anyway, I went to the forensics expert, and including my voice, I could barely talk because he choked me so badly. It was very hard to talk, and that night, unbelievably, he still had a so-called a suicide attempt. Somehow for show. The army was saying there's nothing wrong with him. He's perfectly normal. He's got no issues. That he's already taken his psychological assessment and passed it. I took him to the psychiatrist a few days later because I told him it's clear. You have issues and they're serious. I said, I didn't get married just to divorce. I want to sit and watch. So I said, let's try to see what can be done. He had a moment of panic because I told him I'll divorce him, and he said, no, look, enough. I'll do what you want. I'll go to the psychiatrist. And after talking to the psychologist, he told me he's convinced that it is paranoid schizophrenia, that with alcohol is merciless, and that he clearly recommends being admitted, but it won't guarantee his recovery because this isn't curable. And that was the moment my ex categorically refused to see any other psychologists or psychiatrists because he's a career serviceman. If you get a diagnosis like this, your career is finished. You've got no business being in the army. He became very aggressive with the child as well. Right before he left for good, once he grabbed the child and threw the child against the bed and started punching the child in the back. And since I already had a broken vertebra from a beating like this one, that's when I said, enough, stop, that's it. My spine was broken from a punch in the back he gave me. Incredibly, I was in the military hospital after this. The doctor clearly saw the outline of his fist on my back. I'll probably end up, not probably, certainly, I'll get to an old age, one where I won't be able to move due to the pain, and I'll end up in a wheelchair at some point if I live that long. That's a different story. That's the least of my worries anyways. But the most difficult issues are the psychological ones. those are the hardest ones to heal. I'm well aware that no matter how strong I say I am, I'm not really okay. And I realize I'm not really okay when if someone raises their voice at me or someone smashes something, I jump immediately. Just think my ex-husband is still in the army. Yes. And he has the right to bear arms after everything that happened. After this whole story surfaced.
Thank you very much. You're free to go. This was the last witness in this case. All that is left to hear is the prosecution's closing statement. Ms. Saeed, you have the floor. Thank you.
When I entered the room, I saw bones and teeth all over the place. The 4 of them were lying there. There was blood everywhere. Those were the words of a witness who saw the aftermath of a British war crime in Afghanistan. On the 18th of October, 2012, British and Afghan troops burst into a family home in the village of Loy Bagh and opened fire. A 12-year-old, Ahmed Shah, and a 14-year-old, Mohammed Tayyib, was staying overnight with 17-year-old Naik Mohammed and his brother, Faisal. All 4 boys were murdered. £143 billion spent on reconstruction. £2.26 trillion spent on this war. 69,000 Afghan troops dead. Over 84,000 Taliban and other militia dead. 241,000 Afghan lives lost. Was it worth it? The invasion of Afghanistan had 3 official reasons: to eliminate Osama bin Laden following the 9/11 attacks, 2, to improve the quality of life for women, 3, to topple the Taliban. 20 years later, and the US refused to negotiate Osama bin Laden's surrender with the Taliban. Osama bin Laden was found in Pakistan 10 years after the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan, 10 years ago. 2, while the quality of life improved for the women of Kabul, it was temporary, and there were no women at those deciding tables, and women's rights were not part of the peace negotiations between the Taliban and the US. 3, the Taliban have retaken Afghanistan. As of the 31st of August 2021, the UK have abandoned Afghanistan. The Afghan people's rights have disappeared, and the people continue to live in fear. We have established that the argument for self-defense invoked by the US and the UK was flawed. We have established that the British government did not provide a suitable reason to invade Afghanistan. We have established that the invasion and the occupation has had devastating impacts on the lives of ordinary Afghans. So what does this mean for us? For you? Some of us may have heard of the concept of blowback. And blowback does not just mean retaliation for things that your country have done to or in a foreign country. It refers to the numerous illegal operations British forces have carried out abroad that were kept a total secret from the British public. this tribunal have proven that the UK funded organisations it considered extremist, operated secret prisons, tortured detainees, and killed innocents during night raids. This means that if and when the retaliation comes, as it did so devastatingly and so tragically this day 20 years ago, the British public will not be able to put the events into context. The British public will support acts intended to lash out against the perpetrators, causing more collateral damage, more innocent lives lost, more reason for revenge, and another cycle of blowback. It is typical for imperial subjects to have a short memory for their empire's painful colonial acts. But for those on the receiving end, this violence, the memory of this violence can be long indeed. It can span continents and generations. It lives in our blood. We ask you to look behind the war. Tony Blair is paid around £1 million a year as an advisor for the Mubadala Development Fund in the UAE, who have been developing a plan to mine $1 trillion worth of resources in Afghanistan. Theresa May's husband, Philip May, works for Capital Group, which owned Lockheed Martin and BAE Systems, two of the most prominent arms companies during the Afghan war. Rishi Sunak was a partner at the Children's Investment Fund, which owned part of Lockheed Martin, and they collected biometric data on Afghans. The senior members of government interests in Afghanistan is not a mere coincidence. They profit from this war. The United Kingdom wishes to impose our supposedly superior and democratic and egalitarian society on others. Yet it continues to sell arms worth over £1 billion to nations classified as not free by Freedom House. Afghanistan has been subjected to a brutal civil war for more than 2 decades prior to 2001. As a consequence, hundreds of thousands were suffering and many were turned into refugees. It was a defenseless country. The US and the UK coalition forces recklessly fired thousands of bombs and missiles against a country which was not the enemy. They must be held accountable. Thank you.
This marks the end of trial session 8. Thank you to all the 30 witnesses who have contributed to this case. We take a recess while the panel deliberate and return at 5 p.m. to hear their verdict and recommendations. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the People's Tribunal on Crimes of Aggression, Afghanistan sessions. Today is the third and final day of the tribunal. A verdict. I will sum up the events of this three-day People's Tribunal and remind the court of the charges we are investigating against the British state. In past sessions, we looked into the legislative context behind this case, Britain's historic engagement with Afghanistan, and witnessed testimony on life under the Taliban. We engaged with Afghanistan. We also heard anonymous testimony from a British ambassador to Afghanistan regarding the political reasoning behind the invasion. We heard testimony from Arzu Nawbahar and Sahar about the treatment of women by the Taliban and by the coalition forces. Asim Qureshi spoke of the domestic counter-terrorist legislation put in place in the United Kingdom and the effect it has had on Muslim communities. We also heard testimony from Mozambique and anonymous witness Noor of lived experiences of torture with British complicity. In the last session, we explored how the arms trade has fueled the war with testimony from Habib Ahmadi, retired United States Army Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, and Andrew Feinstein. Today, September the 11th, 2020, the prosecution presented evidence of the reality of the US-UK invasion in Afghanistan. We heard from Dr. Nivi Manchanda, who explained to us the British and US war crimes and how the invasion can be considered a neo-colonial project. We heard a fictionalized testimony of a dead British soldier written by playwright Chris Thorpe, who was killed on tour in Helmand. Another fictional testimony, written by Charla Nix, gave voice to a 7.5-year-old girl who was killed alongside her family by British forces. We also heard a journalistic report that documented the killing of Afghan civilians by British forces in Afghanistan. For their own safety, the journalist requested to be anonymous. In the afternoon, Gawali Pasalai gave testimony on his own experience as a refugee from Afghanistan, and Dr. Manish Bhatia shared his expert research in the treatment of refugees in the UK. In a truth hearing session, we also heard testimony of torture, war, and the psychological trauma NATO troops face when serving, and the trauma their children and partners go through. I will now pass over to the panel, who will give us their verdict.
Thank you for joining us today on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. It's an important moment to reflect on, to mark the event that has shaped all of our lives. This tribunal is for the people and its victims. It is a fictional and artistic tribunal where we have given voices to those who have had direct and indirect experiences of the war on terror. We do this in hope that we are setting a precedent for justice to be secured for not only the people of Afghanistan and the allied military, but also other lands subjugated, destabilized, and destroyed by imperial acts of violence. On to the charges and our verdict. Count 1, crime of aggression. For the crime of aggression against Afghanistan and the people of Afghanistan, under the adapted interpretation of Article 8 bis of the Rome Statute for Crimes of Aggression, we find the defendant, the State of the United Kingdom, guilty. As mentioned by Dr. McManus, the State of the United Kingdom is also found guilty of crimes of aggression, not only under our interpretation of the Rome Statute, but also under customary international law and its definition of the crimes of aggression, which has historically invoked state responsibility. The defendant invaded with excessive violence and proceeded to occupy Afghan territories. The intention was racially, economically, and politically motivated, rooted in colonial ideology, and avoided the peaceful democratic options we have seen in the court offered by Colonial Lawrence Wilkinson that were clearly available to them. We agree with Professor Richard Falk's assessment that international law was manipulated for unjust causes. We also believe that any potential legal justification for the defendant's actions have no convincing ground. In this sense, it is clear that the defendant's war was not authorized and thus legitimated by the United Nations Security Council. Any claim of self-defense has no basis and application in the context of the war we are judging upon today. Count 2, crimes against humanity. As we heard from witnesses Sahar, Mozambique, and Noor, the war on terror brought murder, illegal imprisonment, torture, forcible transfers of population and deportation, and many more inhumane atrocities upon the innocent civilians of Afghanistan. All these acts constitute crimes against humanity for the purpose of Article 7 of the Rome Statute and allow us to find the defendant guilty under Article 7 and its subsections 1A, D, F, and I, and K of the Rome Statute. The types of arms provided to the Afghan National Army by Britain and the United States, as seen in evidence by Andrew Feinstein, were obtained through corruption and led to unnecessary deaths. These weapons were used to commit crimes against humanity and, as noted by Habib Ahmadi, were prolific in Afghan communities.
Count 3, war crimes. While the British military was supposed to fight the Taliban in order to protect the Afghan population, we saw in Gulwali's testimony that the British forces did anything but protect his small village full with civilians when they targeted it in their bombardment. We could see the same targeting of civilians by the British forces through Aisha's testimony and evidence given by Arzu Naubahar. According to the 1949 Geneva Convention, such willful killing, willful causing of great suffering or serious injury to body or health, and extensive destruction and appropriation of property, which is not militarily necessary and which is carried out unlawfully and wantonly, constitute war crimes. As the anonymous British ambassador of Afghanistan during a period of the invasion confirmed that the war on terror was needed and desired to be appropriately bloodied, we can infer the necessary willfulness of the British forces in their targeting of civilian lives and facilities. We therefore find the state of the United Kingdom guilty of war crimes as per the 1949 Geneva Convention. Count 4, torture. Based on the witness statements heard in this tribunal, we can confirm that the state of the United Kingdom is guilty of torture as per the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, and Degrading Treatment or Punishment of 1984. Our recommendations. 1. Payment of reparations to the people of Afghanistan and its diaspora. 2. Assert public and state control through legislation and autonomous bodies over armament industries and major corporations in all countries. 3. Reduce the national defense budgets from being solely for military. 4. Revise the concept of permanent membership of the Security Council as it is not in the interest of peaceful solution of disputes. 5. Review the institutions that facilitated the state, including propaganda used. 6. The United Kingdom and its allies to keep the borders open to Afghan asylum seekers and to immediately cease deportations of Afghan nationals. 7. Islamophobia to be defined legally and be punishable in its own right based on the evidence given by Asim Qureshi. 8. reassessment of colonial history from the viewpoint of its victims for future generations in the United Kingdom to be better educated. And finally, 9, full investigation of the treatment of refugees based on the evidence given by Dr. Bhatia.
Our decision today has been made on the evidence of expert opinions, witness testimonies, and additional information that we have been given over the course of these 3 days. We must also acknowledge in the proceedings of the past 3 days and in our decision that there are people from Afghanistan, both in this room and in our audience, who will feel a pain that our words and verdicts cannot capture. It is their lives, their families, their children's, their homes, cities, towns, and villages that have been affected from well over 20 years of war. Tajik, Turkmen, Hazara, Uzbek, Pashtun, Baloch, Kuchi, Pashtun, Sikh, Hindu, Muslim, Jewish, and others. These are the people of Afghanistan who have been affected. And it is the pain of the past 20 years and beyond, from the Civil War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and colonial interventions that only Afghans can understand, an intergenerational trauma for which the world should be ashamed. We know too that this is a moment of nervous anticipation. The 20-year war in Afghanistan has been revealed as a farce. The Taliban, who we were told here in the United Kingdom were the bad guys, are now back in power. The war crimes of the Taliban too must not be forgotten, hidden, or forgiven as they step into power. And so too, what we might add of those crimes committed by warlords, the failed leaders of the former Afghan national government, and others. But this is a trial of the state of the United Kingdom and its leaders who, despite promises of a good war and defeating the bad guys, have failed. Its leaders, its institutions, the military, and others. They have, as our verdict shows, engaged in their own crimes against humanity and their own war crimes. And of this matter, there can be no doubt. These claims of a moral war steeped in Augustine Christian principles of being a just war have revealed themselves to be somewhat hypocritical, to say the least. But we hope that we can learn from these mistakes, and at least that this tribunal can tell us somewhat about the futility of war, and that there are no good wars. And we can hope and work towards making sure that the difficulties of the people of Afghanistan will not have to continue on. Afghans and the people of Afghanistan may be constructed as resilient and brave, but perhaps we can just let them be.
Thank you very much. Court adjourned.
you.